Hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. This is Thorn of Night, and welcome back to the channel where I am going to continue with my efforts at streaming whenever I get the time, and continuing to work today on Performium's Wild SMP on my giant Menger sponge build, among other things. Hello, Sky, and hello, Cuddles. Ah, Wolfie. Hi, Wolfie. Ah, okay. Well, anyway, before I get into it, I'd like to say thank you to the people who are able to support me on Patreon. It goes a very long way and helps me to be able to continue affording to do some of the things that I need to do. And those names right now are Elmaze11, Zogma, Infinium, Sean, Robert Kemp, Little Cuddles, and Ryan Still. And I do mean it when I say it helps immensely. Even little bits help. A whole bunch of little bits make it so that I can have maybe one extra little something for either being able to do more stuff on Discord, or maybe get a game in the future, or who knows, get a pizza or something. But anyway, let's see here. Let me minimize this, move this over here, scoot this, don't need this open, close this, turn this off here, hide this, and turn that off. Lots of things to do. If there was a way to automate that, I would, but I don't think I can. Anyway, let's put this over here, and we're in. A little bit of a catching up since the last time. There have been a lot of blocks placed. I estimate I am well past the 5% mark, especially with the help of Cuddles on here. I don't remember if I put in the entirety of this wall. Oh, don't run with scissors. If I put in the entirety of this wall during or before the last stream. So I wanted to get at least one whole surface done so that people exploring could have something that's sticking up to catch their eye if they happen to wander off of the main road. It is way larger than the render distance allows for the server. So if you're on the road, you don't get to see it. You have to come out just a little bit, and then you can begin to see a part of it. I have also put in a little, ooh, those weird lag. I've put in a little platform, and I'm going to make this, what's the command? I just relearned the command. What is it? Accessed. It's public. Let me go ahead and see if I can remember this. Player Vault 24, is that where I have my golden shovel? Yes, it is. And then I go subdivide. Is that how I do it? No. Claim subdivide? No. Hold on. It has been a minute since I've done this. Subdivide, claim, shovel. I wrote it somewhere. It is... It is subdivide claim. There we go. So I should be able to subdivide from here to here. Yes. And for right now, I can go access, whoops, access, trust, public. That means people can set a home here, and people can invite other people here to set a home or whatever. what I'm planning on doing is P24. I plan on having in this claim here, which will be connecting to the road, I'm putting in a big sign that's probably going to be maybe this tall-ish, and it's going to say vertically, it's going to say Thorn of Night and have some arrows pointing this way to entice people to come over here, and there will be a path that connects through, maybe a bridge or something. I'll have a route that leads up to here, and then I'm going to also have some safe travel points for people to go through and explore the place. But for right now, I'm focusing on the building. But let's take a look at some of the stuff. I've put in some frameworks for some future layers up here. Cuddles has been helping me make sure that the bottom layer is completely done, and she is helping. Oh, there she is right there. She's helping get everything up to 9 layers. That's 9 out of 243, so we have a long way to go. But each one of this size cube represents 0.25% of the entire project. So I have one, two, because you can't see the ones back there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and yeah, that one's done there too. So 25, but still 24 puts it at 6%, so more than 6% of the way done, plus all of this counts as progress. So we're heading for 1/10 of the way done in a little more than a week. So it's been quite a project. I have also, let me close this, minimize that, move this over here. Hello, Isaac Anderson. I am fantastic. How are you doing? Oh, what shaders do I use? I use BSL shaders. I had the window covered so I didn't see your chats because I was looking up the command for the claim shovel. Yeah, it's BSL shaders. My old computer would have probably caught fire with this, but with the BSL shaders on here, everything is just glorious. I can go blind by looking at the sun. Look at that. It's. If there's one thing I would change about it though is, I would rather have that distance fog, that bluing of the terrain, start a little bit further away, but I'll get what I can, and BSL has the best lighting as far as I can tell from all the shaders that I've messed with. Most other shaders, even daylight, has this yellow tinge, and I hate it. I hate the yellow light, because I would step inside, say here, and this torch, even though it's a blue torch, would make this area yellow. Even with the daylight, it would make this yellow, and it just looks awful. So white daylight, much better. My personal opinion. I mean, there's that whole rustic look. There are some builds that the yellow looks fine on, but for this, much better. Also, since last I streamed, I have helped someone with a build. They have been away and not able to spend time on getting some things built, so I have helped them with that. Verania, I believe is how it's pronounced, Verania 22, has had me build this from a guide online, and the guide, especially the third video for it, was just a nightmare all the way through. You could follow it, and what you would build if you were placing the blocks exactly as they were placed in the video the first time you encountered those locations, you would still get something that looked similar to this, but it would all be off. And there were issues between scenes where blocks would appear or disappear. There were issues where the builder just forgot until at the very end, oh, there's supposed to be doors in all of these locations. Like they would build the tower, and in the next video, the walls would get put in and they'd go, oh, yeah, doors, I forgot. But there were alignment issues. They couldn't figure out how things were supposed to line up. So this is supposed to be level with this. This is supposed to be one further up according to one video, or the outside and these are supposed to be one further down, so those could be flush with this floor. It was a mess. But I did what I could with it. It's done. They are doing the decorating on the interiors themselves. I'm going to be helping them when they get back and are able to talk at length about what they want to do. I'm going to help them with doing some terraforming so it isn't this atrocious flat area. But as a whole, the build turned out rather lovely. And if it weren't for the fact that I have encountered tons of these build guides and seen how they don't always match the final output, and how things happen part way through that you have to scratch your head and go, they meant to put something here. I know it because it's right there in the thumbnail, and they never did, so I'm just gonna guess. If it weren't for the fact that I've experienced that a lot, this would have been much more of a nightmare. But I like how it turned out. It's a lovely castle. I'm fond of diorite. A lot of people don't like it. They call it bird poop, but I'm fond of diorite, especially because with the polished diorite, it does look less, I guess, bird poopy, but it tiles nicely, and it is one of the few good-ish looking white blocks. Some of the things like the concrete are just too overwhelmingly white, and they just look too fake. This looks like it's pulled straight from an Atari or a Nintendo or something. It doesn't have any texture or granule to it. I like this better, but that's my own personal opinion. Obviously, it's their opinion too. They liked the diorite castle. They could have gone with anything. They wanted diorite, so they seem to like it as well. Let's see here. Oh, I have come up with an idea for helping to navigate this server. And it is a sort of an address system, because people say, hey, where's such and such shop? And they say, it's on Gold Road, or it's on Diamond Road, or whatever. They don't say anything beyond that for the most part. And it is just, okay, I'm going to try to find Diamond Road, and then I'm going to walk for a mystery amount of distance and hopefully find this thing. I have a new idea. The new idea is pretty novel, I know, but let's say you want to, let's say you want to time out. Well, that's great. I might have to relaunch the game. Uh-oh. Let's see here. Refresh. Oh. Oh no, did the server itself go down? My connection's still good to the internet. I'm getting no errors there. Let's try to load a page. Did I just have a rubbish day for... Yeah, that web page loaded instantly. And I've not been to that site in a while. Refresh. I picked a rubbish day for doing this stream. Hooray! Well, what I was going to say was... and I'll demonstrate it if the server comes back up in a reasonable amount of time. If it doesn't, I have another project planned. But the idea is, say you started a central point, 0, 0 or whatever for spawn, and you travel down one of the roads. Like you walk straight forward, you get to Gold Road, I think. All the roads radiate out from 00. And so if you want to lead someone to some place down one of the roads that is, say, 500 blocks away, you could give it an actual address and say something like, oh, all right, I want to go to 500 left Gold Road. And that would say it's 500 blocks away from spawn. It's on the left of Gold Road. So you get to Gold Road, you go, it's on the left, and I go 500 blocks that way. And presto, you found the address. So like, for instance, my cube build, let's refresh this. Nope, it's still down. My cube build would be 879 left Redstone Road. Really easy directions. Oh, you say it's up for now. Uh-oh. 150. I'm gonna give it just a little bit more of a time. See if that number goes up. There we go. It went up, and now there's a new message there. I'll give it a try. Back to hub. Okay, so let's use this as an example. Hopefully, I won't. Wait, expired items. Auction house. Oh, right. Auction house. Sell. 1 billion. There we go. Advertisement. Anyway, let's say you want to lead someone here. We're on Diamond Road. I don't need to know which direction spawn is. You bring up F3 to see your coordinates. And this would be, actually I do need to know the direction. So this is spawn that direction. Oh, what's going on? I lagged. So if I'm going away from spawn, then that is the right side of the road. So the entrance to this, the address would be 3400 Right Diamond Road. You can see the coordinate over here on the left in the XYZ. So if I want to go to spawn and find my way to 879 left Redstone Road, that will take me to my build, unless I've gotten my directions wrong. So let's make it daytime. Come out here. Redstone Road is the most difficult to accidentally find yourself on, because you have to go all the way around that central thing. Let's bring the coordinates up. This time it's the X coordinate we're looking at, and you can see it ticking up on the left. We're at 200, 250, so on and so forth. And what I want to do is I want to get to 878 left Redstone Road. And if I do that, I should arrive at my build. So let's see. Almost there. There's Daniel's shop. We're approaching 800 something. 879, I said. Left Redstone Road. Let's see. 879 left Redstone Road is how to find this build. And I think that sort of direction would be viable for anywhere that's even remotely close to one of the main spawn roads. It is a functional address system, and I think that it would be pretty easy to give directions in that format for people to understand. But I am biased because I came up with it, so I'll leave it to other people to catch on and see if they like it, but I'm fond of it. Anyway, I am going to be working on doing a lot of building for this today, if I can, if it stays up. And that means I need more materials from the base. I was making some chiseled deep slate earlier. Home under. So let's... I want to talk to RGA, see if I can catch the next golden goose call and say, hey, can you give YouTube and Twitch rank the 0 time teleport so we don't have dead time in our recordings and our streams and stuff, just standing around and waiting. Yep, here we go. Chisel deep slate. I will put these in here for now. And go back. Because of the people who would benefit strongly from not having to have 10-second waits for each time they teleport. Say I'm doing a long stream and I'm teleporting all over the place. That's if I had 10-second at a time teleport to 3 locations and back. That's a minute just gone waiting for the teleport, and I don't think that's conducive to a steady stream, and it also makes recording a little bit more of a menace. Maybe I'm in such a minority that it really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, but I think it would be nice to have that because there's Cuddles. Because I could get. I'm a little less than halfway. Let's see here, gems. I could go club membership. I could get Diamond Club for a year. 25,000 gems, which is a discount of 2 months if you do it 1 month at a time. You can go 25,000 gems and get a whole year. And with Diamond Club and up, you have instant teleport. And that functionality would be just utterly wonderful for streaming. Just saying. Hopefully I'll be able to remember on one of the golden goose calls, or otherwise try to flag RGA down and see what can be done about it. Oops. Because I have noticed that for me, especially with my flighty attention, that 10 seconds can make me lose track of what I'm talking about. Like, real easy. And that's a little frustrating. Yes, I get it that that's a me problem. But I also think that for having better quality videos and streams, not having to wait 10 seconds, even if it was reduced down to, say, a 3-second timer for streamers, even that would drastically improve the quality of the footage, in my not so humble opinion on that matter. Oh, everyone's finding mystery boxes. Ooh, home row. Oh, since the last stream, I did go through the YouTube. Hello, Sneaky. I did go through the YouTube creator, um, the music, the copyright free music, so that I could have a little bit more stuff, and I ended up adding, let's see here, about 18 to 20 new tracks. They will be in the mix. Oh, it's gotta be more than 20. Because I went from like 2.5 hours to almost 4.5 hours. I added a bunch of music. How's that? So some of it I haven't vetted for volume. It might be noticeably more loud or quiet than the rest of the music, and I'll have to make a note of that if it comes up and run it through an editor like Audacity or something and change the volume levels so that I can not have to worry about being deafened at the beginning of a song or something. But as a whole, it should be okay. I've kept with the theme of not too terribly invasive or jarring sounds and music. Low on the vocals. There are a couple in the whole mix that have some soft vocals, but I don't want to overdo it or distract myself with having just random vocals. How's my streaming? Let's see here. It seems okay. Take a look. Also, speaking of seems okay, other than a little hiccup, it seems like the server is back up and not going to time out again, at least immediately, so I'm just gonna keep on working. Let's see here. Oh, the music tracks are divided on the list between genre, mood, artist, and you can sort by date added and all that kind of stuff. I think there's another category. I don't have that window up right now, but what I have been trying to stick to are inspirational, cinematic, bright is a category. I don't want to do the dark and the moody and the oh, I put that in the wrong spot. Oops. I want to keep it at least a little bit lively, and I don't want people hopping in to immediately fall asleep. My voice can do that well enough. Yes, I want to do this one right here. I'll leave the sleepy time music for my no commentary long play videos, which I need to make a decision on that, because 120 has come out and my world was 119 for my existing long play, and there's new terrain generation, there's new trees, there's new blocks, there's new all kinds of stuff. And if I were to just continue with the 1.19, I would be missing out on a lot of the new stuff. Well, all of the new stuff. So I can either try to import the world to 1.20 and just gloss over the jarring chunk divides between previously loaded and new chunks, which, given how it's worked in the past, aren't going to be as smooth transitions. Or I can start the long play series over and try to find an area that is close and just try to get sort of where I left off and just pick up from there on a whole new world. Or I could also up the ante a little bit. I have been messing around a lot with data packs. I discovered that data packs have come a long way since they started being made, and I've found dozens of them that I just absolutely adore and want to have in my, I guess loadout is a good enough word for it. And I could, instead of starting a 120 world, I could just start a 119.4 with all of the data packs and see about kind of just sticking to that world, because there's a lot more biomes and stuff like that available in some of the data packs, and there's just a lot more to look at, a lot more to do and see and all that. Or final option, I could see about having as many as possible of the I think it's upwards of 30 or 40 data packs, how many of them will work on 120 or how many are updated to 120, and just start a 120 data pack world with them. So I have a few options, and I'm kind of leaning toward the 120 with data pack. So it might be a little bit longer before I start the long play, no commentary sort of ASMR builds. We'll see. I might do a little bit of something for the interim, or just use that time working on other projects I need to get done. So I think the determining factor ultimately is going to be if I can load up a 120 world. See, this track is a little louder. This one feels like I'm fighting with it. I'm gonna turn that down a bit. I think that what I will do is load a 120 world with as many of the data packs that are going to work on it as possible, and see if the experience is as enjoyable as I would like for it to end up being compared to the 1.19.4. And if it is, with little to no effort, maybe I'll just start from there from scratch. Because I am absolutely wanting to incorporate those data packs. On that note, I am also trying to look into making a private server data pack. You saw on my main menu when I was waiting for Performium to come back up that I had Performium, I had I think a local bucket server, and then I had a paper server, and that paper server is the one that I have been running that has all of the data pack stuff and doing some testing on there, and there are a lot of really cool things. You can go to space, you can do magic, you can make automated machines. It feels like modding without having to run mods. And the thing about mods is if you want to have a modded server, everyone who joins has to also have all of those same mods installed in the same way with the same settings, and otherwise they aren't able to, if it's set up right, even join at all. But with data packs, it's just a vanilla game. You can join a data packed server, data packed and plug-in. Yes, I'm using those as verbs. Or, no, adjectives. You can just join a world with a vanilla game, and if that world has data packs installed, you get to experience them. You don't have to do anything fancy on your end. All the processing, all the figuring is done on the server end, and it is, especially if you don't have to run the server on the same computer that your client is running on, it is so much less taxing on the system. So someone with a really crummy computer that really can only run the vanilla game can experience some stupendous stuff using data packs without having to run the data packs themselves. And that's part of the draw that I have toward it, is the, if not universality, the approaching universality of data packs. And there's Cuddles building around down there. On the subject of data packs, many of them come with their own resource packs, and a lot of those resource packs overwrite one block between one data pack's resource and another data pack's resource. They both might have things that overwrite, say, the predicates for an iron axe. And depending on which order you have the data packs or the resource packs loaded, it will display one or the other of the iron axe's graphics, but not both. So I spent a day or two manually going through each of the resource pack files and manually merging everything that I could. Instead of having like 12 resource packs, I now have one resource pack to cover all like 30 or 40 or however many data packs. And it's rather smooth by comparison. It doesn't have to load all of those individual files. It's just one and done, and doing all the work up front makes it so you don't have to do it every time. I originally had it set up with a load order that was, let's say, most pleasing, but it wasn't perfect. But with this new load order that I have, or not load order, with this new condensed resource pack, everything works just fine. There were a couple of the data packs that used the old deprecated version of I think 1.17 or maybe 1.16.5 or something like that for the resource packs, and it's a different code structure, and I couldn't get some of them to work, and I've actually talked to a number of the data pack devs, and they've said, yeah, we've been focusing on the data pack, not the resource pack. Disregard it, don't use this. And I actually got a couple of them to take down their on Planet Minecraft, they're called required resource packs, and that word required makes it sound like it's necessary to run, which it, for some of them, isn't necessary, and so they've taken them down from the required until such time as they can update the resource pack. I am actually looking into how I might be able to update those resource packs for them. I don't know what the differences are between the earlier versions of resource packs and the modern, so I would have to learn. Hello, creepy boys. But I'm willing to see if I can learn it. It's my first look into it. Everything seems like, for the ones that aren't working, it seems like they ought to be. So there's something not intuitive to me yet going on that I couldn't just hop in and fiddle with some files, move some things around, and repackage it. There is some element missing in my knowledge on how it works, and so I will have to actually spend some time researching it, and that's time that I don't want to be spending on that right now, so I have not included those resource packs. Thankfully, there's really only one jarring one from the set. And once I get... which one is it? The Mr. Chibi's MMO. Once I can use that one to figure out how to get that up to date. Oh, I already filled this in. I should be able to get this one that's got backpacks. I should be able to get that one up to date as well. And once I do, I'll just say, hey devs, here's your resource packs. Oh, ew, it's raining. I am in a swamp style biome, and so when it storms, the sky turns green. Be weather clear. There is no timeline for me for pursuing that, because right now, if I find myself wanting to work on something that isn't recording or building, I am going to be working on getting my next novel, Amber, published. So there is a slight chance that there might be some updates to the resource packs before I can get around to helping with them, and that would be lovely. And if they do update the resource packs, since I have the old ones, I should be able to compare the differences between why the old ones don't work and how the new ones do, and just be able to use that as a template for upgrading any of the ones that aren't up to date. So in a way, by holding off a little bit, it might help me in the long run. We'll see. On the subject of the data pack server, I'm thinking that what I'm going to end up doing, if I do rent a server, it's going to be for Discord and or Patreon members only. These are supposed to be gaps. I wasn't paying attention to which row I was on. Because in the past, I have had a server. It's still running, technically. It's 1.11.2 vanilla with plugins, and it is I have spent a lot of time on it, and I actually do plan on getting some recording on it, potentially even this week. If not making a video, then doing a stream, who knows. But I had it set up for people from the Discord, and it is whitelisted only, and I'd say that about maybe 85, somewhere between 85 and 100 people are whitelisted on it. I would have to look it up. It's been a long time. And just with the people that were whitelisted that I had added because I'd had good interactions with them and they were amicable enough people and didn't seem to be too problematic. Even with the small number of people that I added to that server, there were still people who decided, even though I have this infinite world, I'm going to just, hack, and now I'm going to go grief and make trouble for other players. I tried to keep it as honor system as possible for the server, and it still is. But some people, I guess, get a wild bug and say, "Aha! It's the honor system. I'm going to make life a living hell for everyone. Ha ha ha! Look at me, aren't I funny?" And it's not trolling. It is a response to how they developed as a person. So it's just a reflection of sadness, but it makes it so that if I want to put something into a lot of work into a public server, it's going to have to be whitelisted public. And then maybe have a broader, more generalized public server. I don't know if I could do like multi-worlds where only whitelisted can go to one, and then from the same hub, anyone can go to the other. Maybe have just a vanilla world with some basic plugins, one with the adventure kind of stuff, one with all the data packs and everything, and then one whitelisted. I don't know if I'll be able to do something like that. It's some ideas that I'm tossing around. But, oh wait, I put them in Player Vault 23. No, Player Vault 24. One of these. There's the torches. But that's also a future project. Did I put these in the right ones? No, I did not. These are in the right ones. Oops. Put me through. Okay, too tall. Also, timeline for making a server is there is no timeline. It is a if it happens, it'll happen eventually, maybe. And it will have nothing to do with this server that I'm on right now. It'll be its own separate little thing. It'll probably end up being oh, Cuddles has finished with the whole bottom layer of tier 2 Menger sponges. Wonderful. I have a lot of build ideas, and I have put a lot of work and a lot of time into making mega builds and huge projects of different styles and things that have just summarily vanished in their entirety because the servers that they were on are just deleted. They're gone. There's no way to get backups. The server owners don't do that. The work is just dust in the wind, and I get that. But I would like it if I were to put 100 hours into building an interactive town with quests and attractions and shops and stuff like that. I would like to not have to worry about, is it going to be just gone in a year? So I would be much more keen on having a server of my own that I can have my own access to the files, and at the very least be able to back up builds and import them to other worlds and stuff like that. On this server, on Performium, on the whole network, despite the fact that some of the people who have, no one on right now has it, but people who have some of the streaming ranks, YouTube or Twitch, despite the fact that some of them use some of these mods like Schematica or Lightmatica, or maps or other things like that, because they say, oh yeah, I've got special permission to be able to use this. That, I would say, that flies in the face of everyone else who isn't going to be using it for nefarious reasons, but doesn't get to build the thing like they want to build, say, some map art. uh, they can either be very hush-hush about it and use Schematica without anyone finding out, or they do it legitimately the hard way from looking at a picture on one screen and then going, okay, sponge block goes here, and all right, these three are bedrock or whatever. The rule on this server for not being able to use mods that, quote, give advantage, which includes any map mods, any building mods like Schematica, that sort of thing, anything like the replay mod, which will allow you to free camp. Anything like that, 100% bannable and disallowed. And I have heard talk that even for some of the people who have been given permission, some of the mods on here still don't like it and cause a little bit of a complaint. So I'm not going to try to risk it on here. I have lots of builds that I can do without needing schematics and stuff like that. Like this is just all in my brain, and it's just a pattern that you can follow, that there's no real surprises. Yeah, I mess stuff up from time to time, but it's easily just deleted. You can place the blocks differently. But when it comes to some of these other projects, or wanting to import something from another one of my worlds, for instance, I wouldn't be able to. And I would like to have the ability to bring some of my old stuff to new worlds. And reasonably, the only way to do that would be to have my own server, or at the very least have just a single player private server on here on my computer, where I can just use these plugins and mods to import stuff on my own. But I rather enjoy the multiplayer experience to enough of an extent that I would much rather have the stuff in multiplayer world than single player. And that is long term probably going to be the plan. Have a multiplayer world where I can split my attention and have some builds on that versus some builds on here. And future-wise, Wild, this server that I'm playing on right now, this small little corner of Performium, they're going to delete this world too. It's just how time works. As long as Minecraft continues putting out new versions, server owners will want to have the best and the brightest. And so in order to make room for the new stuff, they had to delete the old stuff. It's what happened to Duck and Lightning and the factions and the Skyblock and others of the 7 or however many servers that got deleted on March or whatever. They did that so they could have room for the new 120 stuff, which still isn't out yet, but I know I have evidence that this too shall pass. They shall delete this world eventually. And while I won't mind this build, this Menger sponge here, getting deleted along with the world, there are some sorts of projects that I just won't be doing on here because they would take too much time just to get deleted. I'm a little zen, but I'm not that zen. I have attachment. And I need to take a drink. Oh, I also need to... Huh. The server crashed since then. Is this still in the paste? Let's see here. I want to... There we go. I have posted the link. But anyway, something like this, it's just a, I wouldn't say small, it's arguably gigantic, but this is a simple, not necessarily easy, but it's a simple build. And it can be reproduced anywhere. And I am much more likely to do stuff like this, or maybe help other people with doing some of their builds or dig projects or whatever on here, and just generally hang out with people. And not focus too much on things that I can't reproduce somewhere else. Like for instance, the Undercity builds that I'm doing on here. That will... The template for it will always be available for me. I don't have to worry about once I build it, is it going to be accessible in the future? Because it will be. I have the world that it is on, and I have two worlds that it's on, and I can reproduce it by either building it by hand again, or I can reproduce it by using schematics and world edit, just bringing it to a separate world and fiddling around with it in my own way. I don't have to worry about it being inaccessible. So even that on here is just the novelty of, hey, I built all of Undercity on a public SMP. So that sort of build is for the novelty of it, not the staying power, so to speak. Oops. Oh, it's this one. Okay. So this, that, these, and those. There we go. On the subject of the data pack worlds, I have also had an idea that I'm going to see if I can implement it. Because in the base game, in creative, there's these light blocks. You can set a transparent, non-solid, like you don't interact with it, you don't bump into it, just a light block of any of the given values. And I think even more than just the vanilla values, I think you can have a really super light block. I'll have to look into it. I think that because of that light block, I might be able to do something that I have always thought should have been an option anyway, and that is, if you have glowstone dust, you should be able to place it on the ground and get maybe a quarter of the light that a glowstone block gives off. So say a glowstone block gives off 16 light, or 15 or whatever. That's 16, close enough. A quarter of that would be 4, and so if you've got glowstone dust, you should be able to place it on the ground like redstone dust and have it give off 4 light. It's not as powerful as a torch, sure, but it should give off light, in this YouTuber's humble opinion. And so I think I might be able to use the light block predicate and just inject the like a yellow resource of the same art as as redstone dust, and just place it on the ground, and you've got a little pile of light. Can't place it on a wall, for instance, or maybe I can even get that to work, so you can just kind of affix it to surfaces. But I think that would be neat to have a little bit of glowstone dust and just place it somewhere and you can see. And I think that might be within my wheelhouse to be able to make a data pack where I can do that, I think. That's also a future me project. No timeline for that. I still have to figure out data packs and resource packs. But it's a thought I've had. All right. Oops. I have remembered something that I wanted to do on stream, so I'm going to go ahead and do this. Let's go to spawn. Actually, no, let's go to hub, because maybe it's superstition, but I've only ever gotten cloaks from opening mega crates in hub, and I do not have all my cloaks. My cosmetics, I am missing 8 of them still after all this time. I have not been voting regularly. Well, I am very close to my login streak for a year, but my voting, because I got sick, I missed a couple of days in there, and I just was like, you know what? Let's let it go, not worry about voting for a while, and so I just vote whenever I feel up to it. So I don't have as many rewards and XP as I ought to, but I have got some stuff, and it's been sitting in here, and I've been just kind of doing the ones that are going to expire. But let's just go ahead and clear these out. I've got 11 mystery boxes, and let's see if we can get something I haven't had yet. We'll see. Oh, that is so loud. Dust. Have they changed the animation so that you can use the... Why is the none animation unavailable? Oh. There. Also, can't open multiple boxes at the same time anymore either. I disabled any way to make it faster. And surely they had a good reason for it. It wouldn't just do it arbitrarily. Must be because maybe someone was exploiting it somehow. Or if you did it the 20, it was a loss, like you would lose one. I got a new item. I got the aggressive panda. Oops. Here, get that out of my hand. Yeah, I would turn it down for this, but it's exciting. Alright, I have 1,700 mystery dust. Let's go, blah blah. 3 new ones. Let's go. I got a turtle. 2 items I have not had yet. In 1 session. 3. A baby mule. Yeah, doing it in hub, I'm gonna say superstition, it's luckier. 4. I have a bat launcher. I have the bat launcher. Gadgets. And bat launcher. Sweet. Anyway, so I did that. Now I'll go to spawn on here. Because I do have some things to do. Let's see here. Kit daily, kit weekly, that shouldn't be on, okay. And kit monthly should also be, yeah, way off. Let's come over here and just fill time with clearing some of this trash out. And see if out of these 115 crates, I can get even maybe just 1 spawner key. Now, how loud Come again? Oh, wait. I'm in the wrong spot. That was a brain fart. Here's where I need to be. Oh, that's loud. I will turn the volume down for this. Options, music. Let's cut the volume in half and see if that's good enough. That's still a little loud. Wish you could just set this to do 10 at once or whatever. So that's 3. 4. 5. 6. And I'm not going to necessarily do all 100 right now. Maybe I'll bring it down to 100 remaining. Do the first 15 and then move on. Let's see here. 7 more to go. And then throughout the stream, I'll just pop back here and maybe do another 20 or so and do that 5 more times. And that'll be it for all these. And then the next time I stream, I can open up the other crates. Haven't been counting. 3 to go. Whoa, lag. Hey, a spawner crate. Let's do that. What'd I get? Garbage. Is that the only one I have? Yeah. Uh, 25. All right. I have no enchantments. I have 24 supplies, 100 vote reward, no spawner, 1 cosmetic, 6 mega crates, and no god crates. You don't get god crates from this. I don't believe you can get it any other way than getting the, let's see here. Enchantment. Yeah, I don't think you can get it other than through this interface. And I have no intention. Alright, so where was I? Ah, right. Well, let's fly. No. Vault 1. Let's teleport. Put this in here. Make it noon. Get rid of the weather, even though it isn't weather right now. And I had done all this. Okay, cool. A little bit of busy work. Now, I don't know how long I'm going to be streaming today. Probably, I don't know, 4, maybe 5 hours tops. Maybe 3 hours, who knows? Oops. No, that's that line right there. I just want to make sure I'm reacclimating to more consistent streaming again, because now that I've got the antenna, I want to get back into it. And if I'm going to be building and gaming, I might as well be streaming anyway, so that's the idea. Oops. Yeah, all right. Oh, this sounds rather quiet. Let's turn this game sound back up to about 40. Yeah, that's better. Oh. Get rid of the empty. Pull the full one down. Get some more of this. I have had a few people help with donating some cobbled deep slate, and 1 or 2 people have helped with the converting. Wow, I just can't aim for that one. Converting of cobbled into chiseled, so that I have some more shulkers of that for this project. There's one, without looking it up, it's M something Shinobi or something like that. They filled at least an inventory, maybe 2 inventories worth of full shulkers of chiseled deep slate from cobbled. I tossed them a whole bunch of shulkers, and I have received many in return, and it's made it so that I don't have to spend as much time making the chiseled. And who knows how many Cuddles has had to make for what she's been working on. 3.2 million blocks is the ultimate number for this project. Not a small task. All right, let's... How are you? Oh! I did miss one. When all of these are exposed, as opposed to this little area here, this pair of torches is enough to illuminate all of these squares, but 2 will not illuminate all 8 of these. And so whenever there is an exposed surface like this, it needs to get 4 torches. And I want to do that for the whole project because I want to make sure that this is 100% safe. Oops. For guests. So I guess I'll just go ahead and fill all these in. That one's good. Good, good. Aha. This is that landing platform. Cool. Snow Fox, baby. Ice Fox, baby. So I've only been half paying attention to chat on the game. So I don't know if anyone has tried to get my attention. I hope I haven't missed anything important. On the other side of that coin, I hope that there hasn't been too much rowdiness that I've been ignoring. I'd hate to have to just hide the chat. Frog! Hello, Frog. Ah, I am thinking of making just an all-encompassing list of all the known useful to the public places on all 4 spawn roads and just making an index on the Discord. And that way people who want to know what things are where, they can just go, this far down Gold Road is a shop for this, or this far down Emerald Road is this grinder or whatever. Are those turtles? Lily pads. I learned something from a Mumbo Jumbo video earlier today that looking back, it's so obvious, but in the moment, it never even occurred to me that it was how the game worked. And it has to do with lily pads. If you place a tall grass or double tall grass or anything like that on a spot, if I come over here and I break these, you see how this one is off-centered off to the right, this one is top right, this one is top left. If I break these and then bone meal and they grow back, this position will always be off to the right, this will always be top right, this will always be top left. Same thing, as it turns out, happens for lily pads. If I break a lily pad from this spot, it's open to this direction. If I put it here, it might be open to a different direction. But if I put it right here, it will always be facing that way. So if I come over here, break this one, that will face that way, and this will always face that way. Lily pads will always have the same facing for the same reason that grass will. Now the grass aspect wasn't mentioned by Mumbo, but it is the same reason. And I just thought that was really cool. Neat little discovery. this back and pull this out. There we go. Now things should stop spawning over there. I'm going to have to go through and double check all of the, let's call them large landings everywhere, and make sure that anything that is an exposed 9x9 area has all the torches in the middle. I missed this area here. I missed this central line because of course I did. And what happens here, the reason why I haven't been filling them in as I go and only doing the 2 corners is because 2 corners is enough for the for one of these areas. 2 corners is enough for if it were just these 4 platforms down here, and then maybe this might have a new stack on top of it, so this wouldn't need to be illuminated, that sort of thing. 2 is enough. And so when I'm building all these, I'm not necessarily thinking ahead, the next layer up is going to be exposed, so I need to add 2 torches. So I'm going to just have to be more vigilant. Diligent? I don't know which is the better word for that. Vigilant or diligent? Gonna have to pay more attention. So I don't know what it is about streaming. I ate not too long before I started streaming. But now, all of a sudden, my stomach says, food? That's unreasonably little time between meals. But, oh, 2, because this is the back. Yeah? Yeah, okay. So, I'm gonna have to deal with just being hungry. And that's okay. What that does mean is this is probably going to end up being a 3-hour stream. Yeah, it's because my body knows that I'm trapped. That's what it is. Ah, right, because this is the other end. All right. So this only gets 2. Okay. So for this build, one of the things that I have planned is out here where the actual structure is, I'm going to be making a walking route where people can go in through examples of some of the small tunnels and then have like a button to be able to crawl through some of these holes. I'll figure out how to make it safe. I guess have them just drop down 1 or 2 layers or some slime blocks or something and then continue on from there. But in addition to that, I want to have either that path or another path lead to the actual central main observation platform. Because while this is a big hole here, this is the actual middle. And if I come up, that's cool to watch. If I come up to about here-ish, somewhere in here, well, you can't see the whole build no matter what. Nowhere can you go that that will reveal everything. That corner, I'll note it because it's circular loading. Unless I have something changed in my settings, and without Optifine, you can have it square loaded. I don't think so though. And even if that's the case, there is, let's see here, 18, 19. Yeah, there are 19 blocks in that direction, so more than a chunk that's not visible, even from the dead center. So I'm going to have a platform where you can wander around and potentially load in everything. There we go. I would have to bring it almost all the way over to the edge to load in everything. But once that loads, this unloads. So I'm going to have a big viewing platform here with maybe some information or whatever. And you won't be able to see the bottom necessarily, but you'll be able to see most of the build from the middle. So there's going to be the platform, there's going to be the windy path that goes through and gives a tour of how the structure exists. But also, I'm going to be putting in, if I can manage it, through a route of these, maybe some sharp angles, maybe just some long straightaways or whatever, some elytra courses. Or an electric course, because not a lot of people have elytras, but I think it would be neat to include something like that, because there are some big open spaces, and this just feels like you should be able to swoop through that, or through that. I think that would be kind of fun. So I have some elytra building in mind. Honestly, I have a lot of projects in mind. I will never run out of things to do. Hooray! Just the time to do them. Hey, don't take advantage of the darkness. Okay. Now to illuminate this platform, I will have to have this layer here in place because that's the layer that gets all the torches. So I'm just going to have to deal with things spawning in and attacking me as I build, at least for a while. I thought what I might do is work on the part that I'm working on now and build some of this up for the stream. And then later, after taking a meal, I can just... Why is it that it exploded and hit me this way? That's so weird. I can take a meal and then come back and stream the data pack world and talk about and maybe start setting up the plan for the progression that I would want to do for it and mess with that after coming back from a food break, but that won't be for a while. That's an option that I could do. I may just do the one stream today. We'll see how I feel by the end. Well, thank you, Cuddles. I could have sworn I started all the way down. Weird. when I think about how outlandishly large this project actually is, it feels like I've just barely put a dent into it. But when I look at all the stuff that's already been built between me and Cuddles and all of this stuff, I know intuitively that this is already a lot. This is more blocks than most players will place in any game that they play on their own ever. And I know that, but I have this other part of my brain that says, it's not enough. Keep working. Thankfully, though, it doesn't have that sense of urgency that some of my projects give me. I don't feel like I must be working on this at all times. How dare I eat? Oh, out of the clan. Let's just do this here so that I don't fly out. Well, I do get that sort of a guilty feel of, I could be working on this or that instead of this or that. But the way I look at it is, if I'm doing something, anything at all, progress is progress. My game, I may not get my 2,000 words in every day for writing, but I do try to get at least 400 or 500 no matter what. Like today, I've gotten 1,200-ish words. Maybe 1,250, something like that. It's not a lot for me, but it is a lot in general. If a novel is 36 or 40,000 words or something like that, novella, then that means I could write a novella in a month if I do the 1,200 words a day. One of my problems, though, is most of my writing is not all on one book or one story. It's a little bit here, a little bit there. Some on this project, some on that project. Some of it's notes, which I don't really count necessarily as words written, but it is still writing stuff down. Wait. I've realized that Verania is on. And it just happens to be while I'm streaming. Rotten luck on my part. Oh. And sorry about not filling the air with random chatter. When I get kind of focused on building, brain shuts off. And also I don't need to be talking all the time for this. You don't need a play-by-play of me saying block, block, block. Although it would be funny to have the resource pack from that one April Fool where everything was a villager talking. Grass, grass, wood, wood, rock, rock. There's water nearby. That was such a bizarre April Fool's update. Hey, congratulations, Cuddles. Even though you've been on all day. It is just now giving you the 1 year. Oops. Actually, I should probably take a little screenshot of that and post this on the Discord. Let's come over here and go like this, and over to the Discord I go. Performium. Oh, she beat me to it. There we go. There we go, back to work. Oh, it happens in hub. That makes perfect sense. All right. After you do this build, or these kinds of builds long enough, eventually your brain will pick up on the sort of pattern that comes with them. Ideally, anyway. So like this is 2, 2, well, 1, 1, and then 1, 2, 1, and then 1, 1. And there are a few of these whenever there's a middle stretch here. And then on the far end, it's just 1, 1, and 1, 1. So here's the end, 1, 1, 1, 1. Then it gets capped off by 3. And then 3, and then that's 3, 6, 3. And all these things increment up in multiples of 3. Because that's what happens when you go from 3 to 9 and 9 to 27 is it scales by 3. Or I guess powers of 3. Okay, so that's that. Something that has changed on this server recently, it used to be that lecterns were not craftable or placeable because apparently there was some sort of glitch on Factions server. Well, Factions is no more. And 2-3 weeks ago, rather recently, now lecterns can be used on this server, which means you can also make the respective villagers, so that's nice. Last Saturday, oh, or 2 weeks last Saturday. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Cuddles. But what this means is I no longer have to strike a deal with someone when it comes to Undercity. I can make scribes, booksellers, whatever. I can actually use them for decorations, and I can use them for books. Oh, that's a question. So for the grief prevention plugin, there are 4 different levels of trust. Uh, so for this area, uh, you can see these little arrows here. It says explicit permissions here. And it goes from top. This orange matches with the word manage down here. That means that anyone on this line has the ability to set permissions in this claim. The next line is this yellow, and it has the best piece of love and little cuddles, and that's build. You have access to build. Oh, I should say whatever level you have access to the things under it. So build can do build and containers and access. And so cuddles and beast can both build, and pick up blocks, and open containers and press buttons. Then there's container trust, and then finally there's access trust. When it comes to a book on a lectern, I'm going to need to figure out what level of trust I will be using for that, if I can even reasonably do that at all, because if it's container trust, in order to read the book on a lectern, then that would mean they'd also be able to take the book. But if it's access trust, if you place a book on a lectern and access trust will allow someone to read from the book, then I have additional ideas for some of my projects, including the address book that I want to make. I am going to have to be very careful with setting it up though, because if you hit enter, I don't know if that's just because of the server or if it's how the game is in just vanilla. If you hit enter when writing a book, it crashes the game, or otherwise it kicks you out of the interface and says special characters are not allowed. Apparently, enter is a special character in a written book. It won't save. Everything has to be spaces. Uncountably many spaces. If you want to get the beginning of an entry to line up with the start of a new page, you have to hit space the requisite number of times. So that's a little bit of a frustration there. But I will have to deal with that if I am going to be making an actual, either a placeable or a tradable yellow pages or whatever, phone book, address book, whatever you want to call it for the server. And even if it is just server wide, I don't suspect that there would be a way to divorce the enter is a special character from the list of other special characters. I don't know if you can go into the config and say don't count enter. That would be lovely. I would definitely have written something book-wise in the game by now, and maybe made a bookshop. One, two, three. Yeah, I'm doing the right level. It just seemed quick, and it was because that layer is the shortest, or the lowest number of blocks per layer. it is, well, in this area it is 4 instead of 8. So it's half, but then it's also only the corner, so instead of the whole place. So it's really 4 instead of 16. Yeah, that sounds correct. So 1/4 of the blocks. And I don't remember how long ago I posted about my stream, but I see that Casper Jack is back on. Oh, and so is Jam Jars. So let's just go ahead and uh-oh, paste didn't work. I have to go grab the link. There we go. Who knows, we might get a, oh, rip. Iron Golems killed a player. We might get a mod in here. Wouldn't that be fun? So I will say this, if nothing else about my streams, I will say this much. I have watched several of the other streamers on Wild. Brother Pro, Wild, Well the Bean, and a couple others. And for sure, I have definitely placed more blocks than they do on their streams. Not that it's a competition, but at least I'm keeping busy. A lot of the times when I would go visit some of those other guys' streams, it would be, oh, Ghost and Bunny, hello! It would be them just, I guess, AFK, staring off into the void or looking something up, or I don't know. But nothing's going on, and it would be like that for 20 minutes or something like that. And that's just a terrible stream. I may talk about boring stuff, but we'll keep it busy. I still haven't figured out what sorts of things I might want to include. Oh, you know what I forgot? Speaking of things to include, let's get the scrolling text on my screen. How did that get turned off? Oh, everything got turned off because of that update. I'll have to go through and make sure everything else is working for others of my scenes and sources. Oops. Wish I would have noticed that earlier. Oh well, it is what it is. But like RGA on his stream, he has those donate this much and I'll wear a wig or whatever. Well, I'm not doing the face cam, not only because I'm not set up for doing that and also don't have a webcam, but also that's just not me. But I could do some things, and I have had the idea of having at the very least an option where people could tip if they want my bounty head. Let's see here. Bounties, check. Thorn of Night. I don't have any active bounties. So if I get a bounty and someone wants to claim my bounty head, I was thinking of having it set up so that, you know, tip like $1 or $2 or whatever, and here, come get my bounty head. Because even if I know it's coming and I'm ready for it, for me, it's still the stress of PvP. And I don't like it. Oh yeah, I had a bounty yesterday, but they took it off. They were just, I forgot the player's name. They were messing around with bounties. They placed a bounty and then they took it off. I didn't even talk to them. I don't know what was going on. I think they were just experimenting. They were trying to find, I think they were one of the ones who was trying to find the magic, that sweet spot for being able to give a $1,000 bounty. And here's one of the perks for, let's see here. Can you bounty yourself? Bounty. One of the perks of watching my stream. Here's the magic number for a $1,000 bounty. Dang, 1,176. I love bringing that up, saying that there is a sweet spot, and then watching people spend $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 trying to hit that sweet spot, because they go, oh well, maybe if it's $1,000 in and it's only 850, then it must be 1,150 to get 1,000. So they put it in. Oh no, that's wrong. Okay, what about 1,250? No, that's wrong. Okay, what about 10, 12, or 1163, or up and down and up and down? Then they finally hone in on it, and by the time they've finished, they've spent a whole bunch of money, and they may or may not be able to get that money back. And I just think it's kind of funny. I set up the pins and watch a money drain happen. And people have fun for a while with setting up some bounties. But you can do it the hard way. You can go back and forth and try to find the sweet spot. Or you could, you know, just bring out a calculator. And it seems to me like the calculator is the easier method. Just saying. But not everyone knows how to do that with a calculator, so I understand, but there's an easier way. They say work smart, not hard. I like to work both. Find something hard and find the smart way of working at it. Because I'm a procrastinator and I'm lazy, and if I don't have to do extra work, I won't. I'll find a way to do exactly what needs to be done and just be done. Now, I don't think I need to put 4 torches on these. I'll have to look at it again from the top. Oh, I should ask, I suppose. How is the stream looking? Is it... Oh, these also need to be filled in, don't they? Yep. Is it too blocky? Excuse the pun because it's Minecraft, but is it too chunky? Is it good enough bit rate? Does it seem like it's struggling? Because if it changed my sources, it may have changed some of my other settings, and it didn't even occur to me to look at that. Oh, okay. Looks good. Oh, thank you. This is the BSL shaders. Oops. And what makes it so that the shaders are actually as nice looking as they are, I am able to have everything turned all the way up to maximum, is this information up here in the top right, the CPU and that you can't see it behind this Performium. I wish you could move this little spare text over here, but that's an RTX 4070 Ti video card, and it's the Ryzen 7, the upper end Ryzen 7. Figured if I'm going to be spending a few thousand on a new computer, I'd better get the best there is available. And at the time, those were the best things. Sonic Ether's unbelievable shaders is nice for what it is, but I just can't stand that yellow light everywhere. If I'm standing right next to a glowstone block, I don't want it to be yellow. I want it to be white, or a sea lantern, or whatever. It needs to be bright light, not this yellow dim stuff. I forgot that one, and I almost got too far. There we go. Oh, I forgot if it was in a video or a previous stream I had mentioned that I was going to potentially be getting some more claims once I got above 5,000 gems. And I have realized that there is something that is slightly more important than getting more claims right now, because I have plenty of claims. As a matter of fact, there is one that I need to unclaim. And I'll take care of that here shortly. But if I can't manage to convince RGA to set it up so that there is a shorter teleport delay for YouTube and Twitch rank, for the streamer rank, or ranks, I should say, I want to get Diamond Club, and that's going to be 24,999, or in short, 25,000 gems. So I need to get 30,000 gems saved up so that I can have, because I estimate that if Amethyst comes out, it's going to be 5,000 gems. And those extra slash anvil, slash stone cutters, slash, well, the extra 5 player vaults, the other building stations, crafting stations, Those would be handy for me. And I will just suffer the obese font that comes in chat for people who have. See, Wolfie's got that big no U right there. That's because Amethyst rank, or MVP, but Amethyst rank has a font like that. And yeah, there we go. Sarah is Amethyst rank, I believe. And that's the bold or overweight font. And I'm okay with having the bigger font if it means I get the extra perks of being able to have more storage and whatnot. But let's see here. While I'm remembering, home blue glass. Yeah, this right here, 10 seconds. This is just awful because it's going to be 10 seconds to come back as well. I need to go somewhere. I need to go unclaim. And then I need to go /back. And it's going to say, you need to wait 4 more seconds. That 4 seconds, I understand that. But now, here's another 10 seconds. Do. I'll take a drink. And I'll almost choke on the drink. Hold on. There, I think I'm better. Okay. Now, I haven't teleported a lot in this stream, but if I am working on a project where I have to do a lot of back and forth stuff, I can foresee that would get real old real fast. So I'm going to definitely look into seeing about getting the streamer ranks, if not a 0 time teleport, at least maybe a 3-second, something significantly shorter. I think that is justifiable. I don't know if there are any perks that come with Diamond Club that are useful beyond the 0 time teleport. Actually, I could probably look that up here in a bit. Because I may just get the Diamond Club just outright. But let's see here. Let me bring up Performium. Visit the store. Club memberships. No. Where do I see the list of stuff that's available for club memberships? Oh, it would help if maybe I logged into the site myself. There we go. Now club memberships. Oh, purchase new membership. Oh, no. Enter payment details. No, it doesn't give any information what things are. Can't. I don't see anything anywhere on the site. Maybe rewards? No, it wouldn't be in rewards. No, not memberships. Wouldn't be in wallet. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to look up. Oh my goodness, this opened a new tab for everything that I clicked. Holy cow. My poor browser. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything useful to look forward to with Diamond Club other than the faster teleport, so I don't know if I want to just push for it anyway. I'm gonna have to find that out. I guess when I'm done streaming, just ask around. Where's the list of perks for the club memberships? Because I've got Gold Club membership. I don't know if that adds anything useful that I don't already have through a rank. Don't remember. I just got it because, well, it's affordable. It was rather cheap, in fact, with gems to get a year worth. Actually, I need to write down when my year expires. But let's see here. This is going to be underneath this. So this only needs to be 2 torches. Yeah, that's something I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on the stream trying to figure out. I'll do it off camera when I'm not busy. How did I miss and completely down here? You'd think that the website would have, click on the gold and it tells you how much stuff, what the different perks are, what you have at your disposal. So either I am missing something or the site doesn't have it. I don't want to worry about it right now. Grape. Or at least purple. I don't know any grapes that taste like this, but it definitely tastes purple. Oh, speaking of tasting purple, I've seen recently that there's a new Grimace shake. I don't know if I want to try it. I don't know what the taste is supposed to be. Let's see here. I need 2 and then 3. Put this down, empty it out into my inventory. Grab the shulker and get back to work. According to the lore, and yes, there is lore to go with McDonald's. According to the lore, or as Matt Pat would say, the lore! The the species that Grimace belongs to is a species of giant taste buds. So if you're drinking a Grimace shake, is Grimace tasting you at the same time that you're tasting Grimace? It's a weird question to ask. But Grimace is obviously this otherworldly being. They are animated taste buds. So if the shake is part Grimace, then not only is it a taste bud shake, but also, if it's Grimace, then by the magic of McDonald's, Grimace tastes you when you are drinking the shake. And that's just all kinds of unsettling. After coughing like I did earlier, saying lore in the Matt Pat voice, that hurt a little bit. Oh, what is that term? Voice actors have a term for blood throat. That's what it is. Or when you just overdo it too consistently and too much, you get blood throat, which sounds just lovely. But the voice actor who did the voice, let's say the sounds for the Predator in like the Alien vs. Predator, that Predator, and all the Predator movies, they were meant to, they were expected to come in and make some big grandiose alien roar kind of noise. And from the perspective of the person who had them doing it, they came in, went into the sound room, sat in front of the mic and made no noises at all. Because they couldn't hear the sounds being made, and they didn't see any animated actions of someone like gulping air and doing a big roar or something. And it wasn't until they went into the actual the soundboard room and got to hear it that they were like, wait a minute, this is a terrific sound. And he made the choice, the guy made the choice for the sound that he did make for the Predator because he was suffering from blood throat at the time. He could have been doing this big bellow kind of thing, but he had been working himself ragged for a while, and that day he just didn't feel like it. So he did that click noise. And that's how we got stuck with that, honestly, more haunting kind of sound than a big monstrous roar would ever have been. Him having blood throat made the decision that gave us the best possible Predator sound. Hooray for unhappy accidents. Now if I could just stop talking about blood throat and let my cough recuperate. What am I doing? Got a little over blocky. Hey, it's Cuddles. Oh, wrong spot. So after I finish this layer, before I get working on the next cube that I am going to be building up, I'm going to take a small trip down Redstone Road and go visit one of the hot spots that a lot of people go to, especially go to for getting some money, because there are these profit shops where instead of just, you know, providing these drops for people to just, you know, get their grinder levels up and you know, have maybe some free materials. Like every other server I've been on, there's been instead of shops, there are shops where you can buy the materials, but there's also, if there is a spawner that exists or a grinder that exists, someone on the server has a free version of it, and it's usually a big one. So like on Duck, you could go to spawn and there was a free grinder for, if not everything, then virtually everything that you could possibly grind right near spawn. A lot of them were in the Red Reapers area. And this server, for whatever reason, is the opposite of that. No one, or almost no one, wants to have free stuff available. They want to make a profit. I get wanting to make a profit. First one to 1 billion is bragging rights. I understand that. But there comes a point where it's just bragging rights. You can't really do anything with the money anyway. If you're the one who has all the money, then you're probably also the one that has all the stuff in the first place. And out of the 23,322 users, first place is, I believe, over 800,000. Or I'm sorry, over 800 million. It's exactly 800 million. Oh. Anyway, and then it steps down from there. Honestly, I'm just from getting paid for helping people dig stuff. I'm not too far out of the front page. Let's see here. Bell top. Let's see here. 10. Where's 10? Nope. Val, there's Cuddles. Val, top 5. There I am. 44th place out of 23,322 people. I'm 44. And that's just from helping some people dig and a couple other little projects like that. So money is just kind of there. I don't really use it for much. Oh yeah, today is Torment Tuesday, isn't it? Taco Tuesday. Oh yeah, he's been sick. As a matter of fact, on his Saturday stream, he left early. I think he did one attempt at a speed run, and he got farther than he has ever gotten before. That was astounding watching him get as far as he did. But let's see here. The economy on here is weird. There aren't a lot of the goodwill things, and I don't really have the resources to make anything too terribly extensive. I don't have access to 160 iron golem spawners, so I can't really set one up of my own. And people who used to do those sorts of things, those philanthropic, humanitarian, or goodwill gestures of here's a public spawner where you can just stand and get unlimited building blocks for free. Those people didn't come to Wild. Wild has been out as of yesterday. This server has been out for 1 year. Yesterday was the 1 year anniversary of Wild, July 10th. And there isn't a lot of free grinders. There aren't a lot of free grinders, but there is a propensity for people to make profit shops where they have spawners automatically fill in a sequence of chests with hoppers, and the chests are shops, and you buy from them, they make a little money, and then you sell hand, and so you can make money also. They make about half of the money that you do, or you make half of what, something like that. It ends up, they make a lot of money by doing all the work up front and just having these. So here's slime balls. If I want to look in here, stock 0. I guess someone's done it recently. One. Oops. Wait. What? Do... What? So this says you can, oh, this says you can get one order of 650. So that's 10 stacks. This says you can get 5. Why isn't that dumping into... Do hoppers not work on shop chests? That's interesting. Anyway, you come in here, you pay 2,100, and they get 2,100 bucks, and then you sell hand, and you sell for, I don't know, 3,500 or something like that, 34, whatever, 32, whatever. You get about 1,100, so they make 2,100, and you make about half of that by just going purchase, sell hand, purchase, sell hand. And you both make money, but they make more. But I found this out. This here, it says slime and iron profit shop. Right here from the road, it is 526 left Redstone Road. And what are these signs? You can set home here. And you saw the slime balls. And it says slime and iron profit shop. So you would expect the iron to be somewhere. And intuitively, here, let me go over here. None of these are iron. Intuitively, you know you're looking for another array of hoppers. So you see stairs and you go, all right. Is it up here? But it's not. These stairs don't go anywhere up here useful. There's no signage. You have to guess that there's a ladder right here behind everything. If you're not paying attention, you'll never find it. I keep thinking I'm in an inventory. There we go, that one's full. Yeah. Profit shops. Interesting things. But this, it took me forever to figure out where this was. I had to ask. Because you can't see that. You can get all the way to here. And you'll never know that that's there. There's no stairs that indicate going down. You see the floor pattern. I wouldn't think that there's a down until I got right up on top of that. I thought maybe it's up here. No, it's not. But if you stand here, the iron golems are dying. It was just a weird thing. Alright, so I have to go unnoise the cat for just a second. I'll be right back. Here, let me cube 1. I'll be right back just a moment. All right, sorry about that. And the cat was making just a bit too much noise. All right, so let's see here. I remember what else I was going to do. So there are a few other points of interest, useful interest, that I'm aware of on Redstone Road. I haven't examined all the roads, but since I've got my build on here, I figured I might as well familiarize myself a little bit with this one, and so that's what I've done. It is extraordinarily bright in here because of the shaders. I guess that's okay. But Daniel has a bunch of shops, some for Crazy, some for Daniel, a number of things on this floor that's even brighter, holy cow. You can see what is meant to be in the shops because of what's behind it. Glass bottles and crystals, all kinds of stuff. Glass, gunpowder, frog lights. You can get these for free, so if any of these that he sells is highway robbery. But yeah, there's shops here by Daniel, or from Daniel, whatever you want to say about that. I don't know what's going on with this giant cake. Nothing. There's nothing going on with this giant cake. Okay. That's alright. I don't know what's in here other than just, you know, being someone's base. Someone who is on DJ Harpoon. Does come on. I don't think there's anything to do in there. There appears to be a roller coaster or something here. I haven't looked too closely at it because I wanted to maybe figure it out today. See if this is gonna cause some grief. If this ends in death, I'm gonna be upsetting. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. The addition of the skulk sensors, I don't trust it. I'll look at it later. Anyway. Horse with diamond armor. There's some shops with out of stock. Out of stock on the black dye. I don't know if those are good prices or not. Let's see here. This is just a house. This is the slime and iron profit shop. You can also, where was it? Somewhere in here is a room where you can just stand around and get glowstone dust. Here, let me find that. It's not in there. It's not up there. Was it down here? I know I saw it. Aha! Apparently, if you stick around here, this will spawn glowstone dust. Yeah, there we go, glowstone dust. Free glowstone dust. I don't know how often it spawns. Don't know what the conditions are of it spawning. I would expect it to be, you know, just normal spawn rules. I have, oh, there we go, a glowstone dust. I got one. Interesting. There's a lectern. So I don't have permission to use that. So it's definitely a trust thing of some level, but I'm not sure. If I need to do access trust or container trust. Anyway, let's see here. There is a castle build here from Smokey. This is actually terrifying. If you come here to this innocuous little, oh, that's cool looking. This innocuous little hole here, fall down and use the slime block to dampen your fall. And then go down here, same thing. A bunch of grinders, creepers, zombies. Don't know why this is fenced off, but okay. Skeletons. We've got witches, so if you need glowstone dust, sugar, redstone dust, sticks, glass bottles, witches, blazes, guardians, although I'm not sure. I don't think that you can actually get the drop yourself from that. Maybe you can? AFK spot? I'm not sure what that is. We've got Vindicators and Evokers. We've got Zombie Pigmen. Huh. That's an awful lot of you. I guess they just waited to stack. But you can get a bunch of stuff there, including gold. Put this back. There's drowned. Yeah, there's withered skeletons. Over here are magma cubes. Cuddles just recently got a magma cube spawner. There we go. Down here are ghasts. I don't think there's anything up there. This is part of my texture, my resource pack makes some varied ghasts. Or maybe it's Optifine or something that does it. There's another ghast spawner over here. There was also Ah, this is frog lights. Not set up for a shop yet or anything. There was spider. Is that all the way over here? Ah, yes. So here's the entrance area. The spiders are here. And it's both cave and normal spiders. And you can go in. And since things from spawners don't have AI, you don't have to worry about getting damaged from any of this stuff until you attack them and cause damage. So, yeah, a lot of stuff going on down here. This is actually a pretty decent spot to get a lot of grinding done. This is the kind of thing that I'm used to seeing on servers. People just set up grinders for people to use. The premise of the profit shop, it feels strange. Anyway, this shop here is Ruby 711. Oh. Okay. Ruby, you closed your door. Your shops aren't open. Why aren't your shops open? It was open yesterday. It's been open this whole time. I've never encountered that door being shut. Weird. Okay, well, Ruby has lots and lots of plant stuff in there. But if it's shut, I can't show it to you. What is this? Ah, Javi won't be on. This is Shy Clown. I don't know if they have a special username like the nickname, but this is a pretty sizable build. It goes pretty far back. Interesting. Don't know what's going on here. Don't know who that is. Don't know what's going on there. This is just a build for the appearance sake. The UFO is kind of funny. These blocks are neat. This combination of colors is pretty neat. And then you end up here at spawn. So there are a few useful things. There's mob grinders, there's the profit shop, there's the plant shop, there's Daniel's shop for mostly blocks, and then I don't know much that's going on Redstone Road past my area, but I figured I would at least show these. What's in here? I have no idea who they are. They have been on. Wow. Okay, so the server has been out for exactly a year and a day. So that means that they came on and stopped playing after 6 days of the server being open. They've never been back. Interesting. Wait, whose is this? Yeah, that's Skidmore. I need to ask what all is going on with that roller coaster. I don't trust it. I don't know. See, this person, obviously, it's 63 days, so this could unclaim tomorrow. Because it sometimes unclaims anywhere between 61 and 63 days. Or, these 2,800 claims that they have, this might be just, you know, part of their 5,000 plus, and this may never unclaim. I don't know if this is supposed to be, this doesn't feel like a complete build, so I don't know what's going on here. It's interesting looking. I don't know what that is. That's DJ Harpoon. If this goes unclaimed, my plan is to claim it, and instead of pestering Daniel here and having a little path run through there. What I will do is I will just connect directly to the road if this gets unclaimed. There's no guarantee that it will, but whatever. That's a thing that exists. I don't know. Let's see here. This is Kevin U7. They have a few things. Some looks like renewable shops. They haven't been on for a while. Little tiny claim here. Who knows? Maybe this will go unclaimed. Here, hold my hobo. That's funny. There is a user that this is not going to go unclaimed. This is ToastBird24. They have well over 5,000 claims clearly already. They've not been on for about a month. And I'm going to leave some signage here for them to maybe encounter it to see if they can shave off this part. It won't be the end of the world if they can't or won't, but I'd like to see if they can. Anyway, a brief little interlude of a tour. Let's heal. And let's get back to work. I feel like it was a worthwhile pause. So I believe I finished everything there. Yeah. So now I want to focus on building these up, these layers here, and then doing the same up here, because this cube is a tier 3. Tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So I want to get this whole area set up full of the tier 3s so I can get in the first full tier 4, which will go from here all the way up to here. That will be 160,000 blocks. It will be 1/20th of the entire structure. And I think it's a good milestone to aim for. Definitely not happening today. So my next, I guess, task is I'm going to put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these tier 3s. And then I can move on upward. So let's get to it. Enough of an interlude. Done looking at other people's claims and stuff on Spawn Road. Well, Redstone Spawn Road. Let's get back to building. That's why we're here. Hey, look, it's Cuddles. Oh, something that I've just remembered regarding either videos or streams that. Oh, you did a boo boo. Some streams that I'm planning on doing. The 7 Days to Die game, which has been in alpha for a decade now, I believe. I believe it is now officially a decade. They are changing leveling and experience and perks and stuff and skills. They're changing it again. I might I might just be done with 7 days for a while because they can't seem to figure out what they want, how they're doing stuff. Oh, I see what you mean. See, being able to identify where the boo-boo is means you understand the pattern, so that's a good thing. I definitely appreciate the help you're doing with this. Anyway, 7 Days to Die. I don't think that they actually know what they want to be doing. It's at least 6 or 7 different iterations of learning and leveling for the character. And while yes, at first the skill leveling was a little broken. Okay, you're going to be a nuisance for a while. I get that. The meta for 7 Days to Die was you get a whole bunch of rocks and a whole bunch of wood for day 1 and just sit in the corner in your base and craft this mountain of stone axes to level your skill. And that's largely how you would level everything is you would get 1 point for each of the 600 levels, and the more you crafted, the more quality you could put into your stuff, and it was exploitable, sure, but then they changed it again and again and again, and all the while it's they want to put in some of their own little lore or flavor text or whatever, but they also are on record saying that they don't want it to be anything even close to easy. They want people to be struggling to survive the game. It shouldn't be fun. Which is hilarious because, you know, their name. But I have watched the videos where there's discovering that people are making bases that are fully survivable, where you can just, you know, stay away from the zombie horde and mind your own business and exist and survive in the world. And they said, these people are having fun. We can't allow that. First off, let's make it so zombies dig down a lot easier. Okay, so now your underground base is no longer safe. Now, let's make it so that no matter how far underground you are, even on the first horde night, a blood moon, whatever it's called, no matter where you are, unless you are extremely high above bedrock, the zombies will be able to reach you from ground level in whatever bunker that you've dug down to. The zombies can reach you. So they made it so that the bedrock is much higher than it used to be, so as to make the zombies be able to access you easier. They made it so they dig better on blood moons, and their pathing is different, all that kind of stuff. They made it on purpose. They made it less fun because people were just enjoying the game. They were surviving and avoiding the zombies, and they basically didn't like that people could avoid the zombies. How dare you play this game that you purchased in a way that you enjoy? Let's make it hard. And everything that they've done since they, I guess, made this decision of we want it to be hard. A 4-star mystery box, and it went to me. That's the first 4-star I've seen in a while that hasn't been a gray name. Myth busted. I know that it was just a superstition, but still. They all have been going to low-level players, and they can't open them. So, that's neat. Anyway, what was I doing? The things that they are doing with the way the skills and perks work, the leveling, all that kind of stuff, all that with 7 days. They are making these progressively sillier decisions to make it so that the game is less fun. Like, I'm surprised that they have left in the ability for players to just be able to switch to creative mode if they want to. I am just astonished. So there is a new leveling method that they are looking to put out that seems to be more book oriented, and I suspect that it will also be with as much of a change as they're planning on making, that it will also potentially be so that to make it cohesive, you would have to start a new map. I'm sure you can load from an old map and just continue using the content that you've already got in your world, but if you want to experience the new stuff, you're going to have to probably do a new map. I bet there's new buildings and things like that, so call for a new map, and it will also be just outright more difficult to exist in the game, and it's their choice to make it frustrating to play, but it feels like oh yeah, you can't just get the water. You have to forage for and be able to go through all these steps to make clean water and all that. Yeah, but it feels like you walk into an art supply store and there's a brand that makes a bunch of really specific colors, like ear of corn yellow and dandelion yellow, and they insist if you're going to use our product, you have to paint dandelions and you have to paint ears of corn. You can't use this yellow for anything that we don't want you to use it for. It sounds like the Vanta Black guy. The way they are doing it, not quite as oppressive, but they are behaving like, how dare you enjoy something that you like in a way that we don't want you to enjoy it. How dare you? And the more time goes by, the weirder they're getting with it, and the less it resembles the game that I bought a decade ago. So, long story short, I am up in the air about whether or not I want to continue pursuing 7 Days to Die. Which sucks because it is sort of integral to one of my projects that is still underway. So we'll see how it goes. What I'd like is for them to just say, okay, it's finally out of alpha, it's in beta, or it's finally fully released. Maybe they'll skip beta. Because, you know, there's been plenty of opportunity for people to test. There doesn't need to be a beta, but as long as it's been an alpha. But I am reticent to continue playing that game. I could spend that same time working on other projects that are going to be more secure, more stable, and, you know, more fun. Hello, Jennifer Johnson. WAG. I do not know if WAG is supposed to be short for something, or if that's just a fun hello, but WAG. Am I 5? No, I am not 5. I am several numbers of decades off from that. Not quite 5 with a 0 after it. But that'll happen eventually. Oh yeah, after that one track I can turn the music up just a smidge. There we go. I need to go back through later on and figure out which track that was and go into Audacity and change the sound level on it. But hi and welcome, Jennifer Johnson. I am playing Minecraft on Performium. Woo! I am building a giant Megabuild project just for the fun of it. And talking about whatever comes to mind. Alright. I've gotten so used to working at this altitude that it's going to feel weird once I'm up there. And that's going to be kind of surreal, the transition to moving upward. Because already this feels significant. If I'm looking down this hole, it's far down there and it feels high from up here. But this is nothing compared to when I'm going further up. It's gonna be just weird. See, this looks like a heat sink from a computer. This looks like a processor, like a 486 processor heatsink. These new ones need like turbo engines, but this looks like an good old-fashioned heatsink. Kind of weird. It occurs to me that I should probably move that landing platform up to this level. I'll think about it. Hey, that's not supposed to be there yet. Oops, oops. Okay. Sit up straight. I've been slowly tilting further down in my seat and sliding forward. So while this build is not something impossible to do without fly, I will say that it is so much quicker to do this with fly than without. Even with all these oopsies. Oops. Got stuck on the block. No. Oh no. I finished the circuit. Oh no. It needs to be like this. And then like this. There we go. I hear you. Where are you? Oh, you're over there. Oh, alarm. I totally didn't almost jump out of my skin. Not at all. Oh, I suppose I should probably... do this. There's that, there's that. And then come back over here, click on this. Do this, there, there, there. Just because I'm streaming doesn't mean I can ignore the alarm. There we go. Okay. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Oh, you turned. So apparently, from conversation I had earlier today, looting is limited to 30 on this server instead of 50, and I had not noticed that was 30 before. I wonder why it's limited to 30. Seems arbitrary. That was bad timing. Fortune is, you can do fortune 50, but looting limited to 30. Don't know why. They lost their netherite shovel. Esta no bueno. Why is, oh, I'm, okay. Variable 2, 3. What I might do is just go through the chisel deep slate that I have and wrap up the stream when I empty out all the rest of my chiseled deep slate. That feels like a good enough stopping point. Oops. That's that level done. Compared to the other, well, the rest of the build, it just doesn't seem like much. But that's a lot of blocks there. Just these 3 layers. That's a lot of blocks. Anyway. I can tell that my stomach is waiting for me to be done with my stream and eat, even though I ate, well, I guess I ate 5.5, 6 hours ago, so that makes sense why I would be hungry. Never mind. I ate about an hour and a half before I streamed. Oops. Okay, fine, metabolism, you win. 5 or 6 hours is reasonable. I don't have to like it though. So, thanks to Cuddles and her luck with getting elite and legendary tokens and whatnot from some of RGA's streams, this thing exists. The Silk Touch ability is important because I was trying to gather mangrove leaves, and I had been gifted an Op-God pair of shears. And let's just say that it is real easy when you are clearing an entire forest to not pay attention to something with such ultimately low durability and just let them break, which I did. I was on top of the repairs for a lot of the time, but all it took was once, and here I am getting the leaves off of a tree. I thought I had typed /fix, but instead I typed /fox, as it turned out. And the shears broke. And instead, I was looking for an alternative, and I forgot until I was talking to Cuddles that some time ago we had made, or we had made a list of things to put on a low tier token axe, and I totally forgot that she actually made the axe. And I need to remember and pay attention. Well, we both need to remember next time she goes chopping stuff that it's best to use the axe instead of shears, especially because if you use tree feller, you get all the leaves from that tree as if you had chopped it all at once, or as if you had chopped all of the leaves manually instead of all at once, I should say. So, lovely axe. Very useful. I have a lot of mangrove leaves now. Oh no! Oh, bye. Here, I'll go get it. Whee! I can fly. Alright. So, here. Yes, yes. Everything? That's everything. That's an interesting view with the way the light is being cast down there. When I'm going this direction, I can always tell when those blocks over there get unloaded, because you can see the light appear down there, and then when they load back in, their shadow arrives. Which answers a question that I had always had about shaders, how far they calculated the render object for casting a shadow, and apparently it is, if the object is loaded, it can cast a shadow, and that's the extent of it. So that's neat. Wait. Whoa! Oh, that wasn't my imagination, that was lag. Okay. Oh, I hope it's not going to do that thing again. Alright, here's the deal. If it times out before I'm done placing all these shulkers worth of chiseled deep slate, I will end the stream then. So whichever happens first, run out of chiseled deep slate, server times out, or the server restart at 10. Because it is now 4 o'clock, I guess I should probably go. Hee. Perfect opportunity for me to put my link. Oh, that's the edge. Yep, still building the monstrosity. This will be probably half a year's worth of work off and on. Oh my goodness. Hello, and thank you DJ Harpoon for subscribing. What's this? Coordinates in chat, okay. See, now it looks even more like a heat sink from a processor. I guess because the fins are taller or whatever. I just get heatsink vibes from it. Yeah, okay. Oh, I just remembered. I never went back and did more of the crate keys. I think what I'll do is I'll just have a crate key stream maybe this week. Just knock them all out. Oops. Because I wildly overestimated how much I would be spending time on doing that today. And I have a lot of crate keys to redeem. I still can't believe, of all the spawners, I got horse. Eh. I can't even, other than the fact that you can get leather from horses, I think at a much lower rate than cows. I can't think of any reason to have horses on this server. Unless, let's see here. It's either the donkeys or the mules that you can put a chest on. You can use those for breeding those things, but then again, oh yeah, you get a lot of boxes on the year in a day, or on the year. Maybe I'll do that. It, might as well use the donkey or the mule spawner at that point, if they exist. Well, with the llama, wait, you can put chests on llamas. That's right. Or can you not actually put the chests on llamas on the server? I know you can't put saddles on things. At least with the llamas, you can make an overland train and transport a whole bunch of storage from one place to another. Like, I've legitimately done that on a survival map where I moved my stuff. I found a bunch of things and I wanted to set up base elsewhere. I finally found the elsewhere. I had managed to get some llamas and I just packed everything in and we had this caravan that went across the land. It was fun, good times. But with Player Vault, they're not as useful on here. But over like smaller distances, it could be kind of fun to have it. I don't know. Now there is a mob that is mountable that you can put a saddle on and ride and steer it. There is one, and I have plans for doing that future-wise. It's very limited use. It's just a mount. There's no storage or anything like that. Wait. You can make llamas useful. And here's how. Say you want to be on some sort of like a tour or something. Get a whole bunch of people to sit on some llamas, and then you just lead one and they all the rest follow in the tour. You can use llamas for tours. That might be kind of fun, like an amusement park, like not an amusement park, like you know, the petting zoo rides. And since there's goats, I could make a full-on authentic petting zoo even. I'm getting ideas. Llama rides. Because you don't need a saddle to ride the llama. You can just get on it, and someone can lead you. You can't give llamas chests. Oh, that's malarkey. Can you at least give the llamas carpet? Please tell me there's something redeemable about llamas other than the thought that I had about the amusement ride. Oops. They do spit, but they have to be attacked, don't they? Like, they don't automatically spit at hostile mobs, or do they? You could set up a distraction gauntlet. I can't remember. I would have to look it up or test it. I don't know if llamas just automatically spit at hostile mobs or if they have to be antagonized. I do not remember. And yes, you're correct, DJ Harpoon. Strider. No carpet on the llamas either. Oh, that's awful. That's terrible. So llamas are just bragging rights. Look, I have a llama. Oh well. I mean, unless you can do the amusement ride. But yeah, the Strider, if it's not on lava, it is so slow. But it's still steerable. So if I can set up like a transit system, at least within my claims, of lava, I should be able to I would assume. Wait, I can. Did I do this wrong? I need to do this. I should be able to set up at least a little bit of a mounted travel method for myself at the very least. That's my hope. Long term, I plan on having some long range travel using, instead of boats, because both everyone does boats on ice, but there is a faster, much faster method than the boats on ice. And that is, if you have Depth Strider and the haste beacons, or not haste, what is it, the speed potion. And is there also a speed beacon? Something like that. And then you get the Dolphin Grace, I think it's called. You go so fast that, at least probably on this server, it would register as cheating, but it's all legit in game. And I know that they haven't gotten rid of Dolphin's Grace because I've gotten it. And it's not like you could, I mean, I guess if you had a whole bunch of claims, you could make it so that you have your own little personal highway. But it takes a lot of work. At the key points, you have to have dolphins set up. And you have to rely on their boost ticking when you are in place. Oops. A lot of things have to go perfectly right in order to get it to work. On single player, it's no problem, but on server, it's got to be fiddled with. But you can go really fast, like blindingly fast, with a dolphin highway. But that would require a lot of claiming. And you wouldn't necessarily need to claim anything much beyond the dolphins, because everything else is just going to be, oh, here's a water road. Most people would probably leave them entirely alone. Oh, look how novel, a water road. Especially if they just found them out in the middle of nowhere. But you'd have to get lucky, find a long stretch that, that no one has done anything on. And it's a lot of work to get the dolphin in place, because it has to be in the water, but also it has to be able to get air even when its AI is turned off at the chunk boundaries, or the loading boundary. Because if you go far enough away from a mob, its AI shuts off and it'll stop moving. It'll still exist, but it'll stop moving. So I guess it shuts partially off. And so if the dolphin can't surface for air, it will drown. So it has to be in water and it has to be in air at the same time, and you have to set it up just right. And it's very limited in its use, because you have to trust that people aren't going to ruin your highways, or you have to have lots of claims. Which lots of claims isn't impossible. And I have a dolphin spawner, so maybe, but it works best with straight stretches. And more importantly, there's that whole thing about whether or not the server's tick effect will happen on time for you arriving at a dolphin station. Oops. So there's a lot of if. But it's possible. But like I was saying, everyone does the ice boat highway, and that's a good fallback. And I have fly, so I don't really need it. It's just for novelty's sake. But the Strider, I think that will be fun to set up a lava road. Especially because on this server, lava behaves the same as water. You can set up infinite lava. So all I have to do is place a single line of lava in repeated fashion, and then spread it out like 3 wide or something, and just have this highway of lava. And then I have to get a Strider to come to the overworld and, you know, safeguard it and all that. But it's possible. Keep forgetting to do these little divots. There we go. Yeah, vehicle fast travel, everyone's done that. I want animal fast travel. Strider highways and dolphin freeways. Because if it's worth doing, it's worth going over the top. Ain't it? Oop, overshot. Okay, now I put these torches in. Alright, now let's think about this. This is gonna be 4. This is gonna be 4. This is 4. So is this. And then all the ones in this row are 4. Everything else is 2. Yes, everything else. So I've heard a few of the new tracks that I've added to the playlist, and that's nice. Only one has been noticeably, I guess, invasive. So I think it should be okay, because let's see here, the playlist is 4 hours 37 minutes, and there was only that one track called No Mercy that is louder than the rest, and we're coming up on 4 hours and 37 minutes, and I started playing just a smidge before I started streaming, so I think everything has been vetted for volume at this point. Hey, it's Regina Regine. they played on Duck for a while. Now I'm on this layer here. So I'm not really a huge spaghetti western fan. I like a couple spaghetti western movies just for the entertainment value. But this track feels upbeat enough and isn't too overbearing. And it feels kind of adventure-y, if in a spaghetti western way. So I wanted to include this. It also partly gives me some of that Fallout New Vegas soundtrack vibe. Oh, I haven't installed New Vegas on this computer. I tried to mod New Vegas, and New Vegas, unless something profound happens, even just the core game is just notoriously crashes, even on fantastic systems. You just get crashes, and there's also a limit to how much you can mod it because of there's this like 2 GB rule or something like that. And there's workarounds for it, but there are some interesting mods for New Vegas, and I would love to play them, but it's too persnickety. I'd rather play Skyrim. There's a lot more that works solidly with Skyrim, but I had some ideas for some characters in New Vegas that I don't think I'll be able to pursue because I'd rather spend my time on something that I can do more successfully. So instead of doing some New Vegas run of some description, I am going to fill that void with World of Warcraft. This is my single player server, well, my private server I should say. And do the dwarf. Now which track is this? This is Juno in the Space Maze. This sounds like a good start of the stream kind of music, but it's short. So you might be wondering, how do I manage not to get hypnotized by the placement of all these blocks? I don't manage. I find myself going, ugh, all the time. Just, you know, silently. They call it highway hypnosis, but any consistent single direction movement can cause it, and this counts. don't like that invisible thing. That just happens with Optifine for me. I've got a fantastic computer. And this just happens. I can fix it by zooming in and the texture appears. But I've also noticed that this has been happening just periodically in 1.19.4, even without shaders, without Optifine. I've seen it happen a number of times on my gaming where this just happens, and it's not consistent either. It's not predictable. Yeah, you don't even use shaders, Cuddles. So yeah, it did not used to happen like this until 1.19.4. When it was 1.19.3 and before, I only played 3 for a little bit, but before 0.4 came out, it didn't do that nearly as much. It did it a couple of times every once in a while. It was usually lag related. I'd get some magical things happening when I was playing on the Lightning server. But oh, and also it doesn't seem to be anything to do with whether or not it's happening as I'm crossing a chunk boundary, where when it unloads distant things or reloads distant things, whatever. It's just, it happens random. Anyway, I am going to be waiting to use 120 launcher until after I get all of the, like, the Optifine and everything up to snuff. I'm in no rush to move on from 119 for this server. And just in general, because I like these shaders now. I have a computer that can run them with no problem whatsoever, and there's no point in me not running shaders just to play on 120. So this is this layer, okay. Wrong pick. You're a block, and you're a block. Anxiety engaged. Oh. Player ball 2, this away, player ball 3, pull this out. Use the correct pick. So I had a thought that what I could do for my streams is just set it up so that instead of looping, the songs play exactly once, and then once the songs stop playing, that's when I wrap up a stream. But the problem is, I don't know if I would notice when the music stops. Because I tend not to play with music. I tend to be in general silence unless I'm watching a video or something. So I'm not sure if I would be able to pay attention to the music stopping and using that as a milestone. I think this track is called Vampire. Let's see here. Yes, a vampire. Who knows why? Obviously, Emmett Finn, the artist, knows why. But beyond that, I have no idea why it is called Vampire. Ten or so stacks of dark oak sapling. I don't even think I have 10 dark oak saplings total, let alone 10 stacks. Which I need to get a bit of a dark oak grove going, because I need me some dark oak for a couple of things. Not quite in the volume that I needed them for on duck. Well, actually, for the road leading to Undercity, I'm going to be building WoW-sized trees, and so I'm going to need oak, spruce, and dark oak in large volume, because I'm not going to be using birch, I'm not going to be using acacia, not mangrove, not jungle. Those colors just don't match the motif. So it would have to be oak, dark oak, and spruce. Yeah. No. Yes, okay. Oh, we have almost a shulker full. Okay. Goes to show what I know. I need to decide whether or not I'm going to do the storage system on stream or in a video. And I'm thinking video is probably going to be the correct answer. Because largely it will end up being a whole bunch of open this chest, move its contents over here, open this chest, move its contents over here. And all I'd really need to be showing off of it would be the progress and the end results. All right. I just realized I didn't mute for that drink. Hopefully you didn't hear too many mouth noises. That is wild looking down in this tunnel at all those torches. I had thought about sort of staggering them so that they would feel like they're rotating around, but I like the everything's lined up method better. It would look neat, but it looks better for this project having them all aligned. Okay. Is that Cuddles? Yep, that's Cuddles. There she is. Yeah, I definitely feel like I heard this track earlier today. So, yeah, the No Mercy was the only one that was invasively loud, and it was only a little bit so. Good deal. Oops. Nope. O'clock. The server dump should be happening soon. Server restart. Yesterday when the restart happened, it made the announcement 30 seconds until server restarts, and at that exact moment, my game timed out. I thought I had read it wrong, went back through chat. No. It was just weird timing. Okay. Jude the Pirate. Oops. Ah, I am noticing something. The hunger has migrated to the head. I am now beginning. Oh, I didn't do over here. I'm beginning to get a hunger headache. So it's probably a good idea to definitely take a break. I mean, this stream is pushing 5 hours now, so it's due. Because that's 5 hours plus at least an hour, maybe an hour and a half before that I ate. So yeah, definitely have the hungry. Ah, yes, the tropical fish collection. Oh, what was that? That was a weird lag. Cuddles and I are trying to collect one each of the 2,700 varieties of tropical fish. That is 100 shulkers, 100 chests of unique tropical fish. Oops, oops. Are you kidding me? And so far of the 100, we have 1.5. That sounds like about the same sort of progress that's going on here. No, actually on here is at least 6 or 7% by now. There's that layer done. All right. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Looks good. It's gonna just be a gradual project. There's no need to deal with spawners or anything like that. At least for now. Don't even have a place to set them up yet anyway. they will all have to be stuffed in chests because we've had some of our fish just despawn in the pool. Although I'm wondering if it's not because they got landed on by slimes. Is there still sound? Oh yeah, okay. It's just the end of that particular track is very quiet. Okay. Okay. This layer is nearly done. The server resets used to happen at 10, almost on the nose. I don't know what changed. It is now 10:10. They seem to be happening around 10:17. Happening? I can words. Oh. Am I on the last shulker? Second to last shulker. "20 minutes after? Huh. Conduit power, he can't drown. I'm not sure what's going on. But there's Wolfie in chat. So now this layer is just the corners of the corners. Okay. Oh, wrong one. Okay. Just this part feels so much higher than there. And if this were like a house or something, I wouldn't want to be jumping off of it, for sure. Like even this would be a little bit of a twisted foot, but once we get up there, that's the nosebleed section. That's where I'm gonna have to start asking if it's worth chasing after one dropped block later on. Because I still sometimes do. I mean, the deep slate comes from like the bottom half of the entire world, so it's not like I'm gonna run out, but you know, making the chisel deep slate can be annoying. Oh yeah, this without fly is just a whole other experience. Remember, I did this on the refuge, only not this basically I did one of these. Well, I did the tier 4. I did one of the tier 4s. And then surrounded it with a few smaller ones. But this is just massive by comparison. I will say this. When I was doing the build on the refuge, I definitely got my acrobatics up. That was a wild project. Oops. I might take this track out because this is on the verge of a put you to sleep kind of track. What is this? The future ancient now. Oh no. Whoa. Oh, some lag? Oh, look! The server is restarting in 30 seconds. So that actually is probably a good cue for me to go ahead and just wrap things up. My next stream, I'm probably going to be messing with the data pack or potentially World of Warcraft. The Skyrim isn't ready yet, and I don't know if I want to do Fallout 3 yet. I have Minecraft, I have World of Warcraft set up. I have the servers for both set up. I can play on here. I'm mostly going to be focusing on the stuff that I already have good to go, and then I'll integrate what I can when I can. I'm not going to be going for like a 12-hour stream or whatever every day, because that was contributing to my unwellness. So that's going to be cut back to shorter streams, like 5 hours, 3 hours, whatever. But I think that this is a perfect opportunity for me to go ahead and wrap up here for the night. I'm hungry. I have been streaming for 5 hours. Let's do this. If you come to this guy every day, daily rewards, you punch him in the head. Right click doesn't do it. If you right click, oh, if you're empty handed, you can right click. But If you have played for some amount of time, you get experience from the server, which is this experience over here. Uh, and if you play for a certain minimum amount of time, you get a free gem. If you are part of a club, whether it's gold club or not, you get 1,000 XP. No matter what, you get a mystery box. And if you have any rank whatsoever, which includes dirt rank, and you can get dirt rank for free from the website, you get 250 XP. And then you get 100 XP. And then every time you level up, you can, well, I don't have any available, but you can claim one of these things, which does include, let's see here, gems every once in a while. So there's some neat stuff. And then every day, oh my. Let's see here. All these expire in 6 days. I got 4 mystery boxes. Neat. 1 from there, 2 from 3 from just play. Oh no, 2 from redeeming the crate keys, and then 1 from play. Anyway, I think this is a fantastic time and place for me to go ahead and wrap up. Let me go find a place to stand up here. Here looks good. Face away. Look at that. Hit a 5. Anyway, thank you very much for hanging out, watching, spending time. It is always wonderful to have you guys visit and say hi and all that kind of stuff. If you like this video, do please give it a like. I appreciate it. If you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, put them down below. And if you haven't already, do please subscribe so that we can get this channel past the 2,000 mark and beyond. If you are interested in hanging out more than just visiting in chat here, I have a Discord which you can join by following the link in the description. And remember to pick a role. Also, if you wish to help support the channel and support what I'm doing here, or just say thanks in a monetary kind of way, I have a link to my Patreon, and anything that you can offer will be greatly appreciated and put to good use. I have a number of different tiers, including one where if you are the Lapis rank, any books that I publish, you get a free signed copy if that is your wish. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I'm going to go ahead and let you go and stave off this headache with some food. And I guess I'll talk to you later. So thank you once again for watching. This is Thorn of Night. And once again, I will talk to you